Meeting to order. Miss Whitford is not with us tonight. She is not well. The school committee may seek to convene open session and recess to executive session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings law under Rhode Island General Law 42-46-4. Discussion and action on NEA-SK negotiations, Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2. Discussion and action on personnel job performance, Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A1. Can I please have a motion to recess to executive session?
I'll make a motion to recess to executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. at 7:05. Can I please have people join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? The minutes of executive session.
Make a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. There were no, votes taken in executive session. Am here, present and accounted for. So we can move now to, comments from the community. There's only one name? Okay, okay. Mr. Beasley?
For this town to go and approve a $150 million bond for a new high school now. I don't see any hint in this budget of you acknowledging the fact that for so many years, the taxpayers of this town have anteed up you big time for this school district. Our budget doesn't compare. It's so far above other districts in this state with the same number of students. It's beyond my comprehension, really.
Dor, can I interrupt real quick, Dor, because I'm confused as to why you're saying that we're asking for an increase. Because I was under.
Because
the
it was
impression we were
zero,
not.
it was zero at the budget subcommittee meeting, and I see a 1.3 here.
And that's what is confusing me because I didn't see the 1.3 increases.
He's talking about the bottom line, not just the appropriation from the town. The
Yes.
total increase in revenue is
Got it.
1.3,
Thank you.
but that's because of other funding, and there's a little bit more from the state, there's a little more for
Right,
grant
that's-
funding.
No, what's
So,
the
but The
775,000?
appropriation for the town is level funded.
Oh,
you'll see when we make our budget presentation that our request for from the town appropriation will remain level. However, our revenue plan will include money from our fund balance to make up for the increase in expenditures. So while our budget may increase by 1.3, our ask from the town will be the same as it was last year and the year before that.
yeah, but what, I don't understand why you're dipping in your fund balance. With a budget this size, I don't know. You close 2 schools, you're gonna have fewer people working here. You got to dip into the fund balance. I'm gonna have to. I didn't think I was gonna say this, but I have to. Okay. Like I've said at the budget subcommittee, I mean, it's Ms. Mazzananti and myself, we're probably the 2 people that want this high school the most of anybody in this town. Maybe, who knows? But I'm hard pressed, seriously. Hard pressed as a taxpayer to vote for it, for the bond. If this district cannot find savings between now and when your budget's presented to the town council in April. Serious, not just a couple $100,000, I'm talking about serious money. Because the problem, I'm almost done. Here's the problem. The way it looks right now, the way the bond is supposed to be funded, all on the taxpayers, it's going to lock this town down financially to do anything else as far as taking on additional debt. Now, what happens? You have 4 other schools that you want to spend tens of millions of dollars over time to fix them. But there's no money in this. There's no money in the 150 for it. On paper it is, but not really. It's going to go to the high school. Now, if you want to fix your other schools the way it's structured right now, you're going to have to wait 7 to 10 years before some of that debt comes off, before the town can take on more debt. So the win-win for you, the win-win for this school district, but more importantly, the win-win for our students. I mean, you've seen what's happened in North Kingstown, okay? They voted it down. This Westerly, the last time it went out for a bond referendum, they voted it down. The win-win is for this school committee to tell the administration that yes, this year we can do it with less money. We have the money. We have the money in the unfunded balance thing there, and you have money left over from the ESSER funding. I'm hearing the ESSER funding is going to be used to hire more people. We don't need more people. We need people that want to come to work on a regular basis. That would help. But if you would just meet the taxpayers halfway this year, it would go a long way to having to make sure that the bond referendum gets passed. If that bond referendum doesn't get passed, well, first of all, you'll never see me at another meeting, which maybe that's good then, right? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley. Not. Is there anyone else who wants to make a comment at community comment time? Okay, then I'm gonna close community comment and move on. So the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-0. And the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, so I will turn it over to Mr. Littlefield.
I'm going to be brief tonight in my in my report, but I am not going to overlook the events that took place at the high school over the weekend. I want to publicly congratulate Mr. Ryan Muir and the cast and crew of the Rebel Theater Group for their magnificent production of 9 to 5. I was privileged to attend the matinee on Sunday. Even though it was Super Bowl Sunday, it was still a pretty full house. And I was bowled over by the professionalism and the passion of our cast and crew. It was a great moment for South Kingstown High School, and they deserve to be congratulated. Also tonight, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ryan Kilpatrick, will be he'll be reporting in on our budget proposal remotely. He's home for a very good reason, that Mr. Kilpatrick and his wife welcomed baby Maeve Elizabeth into the world on late Monday night. Both mom and baby are doing very well, and Maeve's 3 brothers we're very anxious to welcome her home this afternoon. You have in your onto official business, you have in your packet tonight the personnel action form. You have 2. There was one that was originally posted on board docs on Friday, and then we posted an additional one that has in it a late resignation. And that's our personnel report. You also have a copy of our most recent annual enrollment report that was completed for us by the New England School Development Council that shows both our historical and our projected enrollment for our K-12 students. I looked at this year's report and last year's report. There's really not much that's particularly noteworthy. It does show a downward trend in enrollment. However, the decline in enrollment is projected to level off after a couple of really precipitous years. Along with the NESDEC projections, you have our monthly enrollment snapshot. Again, you have a revised report. So I added in addition to the one that you received on Friday, and that report reflects a little uptick in homeschool requests, and so we wanted our data to be accurate. I'm going to reflect back, if I could, if you'll and allow me, reflect back to our last meeting when Ms. Meyer presented our school accountability report, and she pointed out that while all of our schools maintained their school rating, we had one school that went from a 5-star school to a 4, and that was Matunic School. And I've heard some people react to that as though the sky is falling. and our school district is going down the tubes. So I wanted to put it into context a little bit. So if you'll bear with me. At Matunic School last year, 92 students, 92, in grades 3 and 4, took the RICAS test in mathematics. Of those students, 6 of them scored at the bottom level of level 1. 29 were at level 2. That's partially proficient. 43 proficient at level 3, and 14 at level 4. So I want to focus on the 29 students who were partially proficient. The cut score to be proficient is 500. So if you score 500, you are deemed proficient. If you score 499, you're partially proficient. We had 5 students at Matunic School score 499. Now, what that means is that if 2 of those students, 2 of those 5 each answered 2 questions on a 3-hour test, 2 questions more completely, they would have scored 500, and Matunic School would be a 5-star school once again. Now, I'm not putting the burden on these 2 poor fourth graders, but I do want to point out what a fine line that is. That really the star rating at Matunic School was changed from 5 to 4 because of two questions by 2 students, and so that's why I don't know. You've got to look at the star system, the star rating system in context. Next is news on the equity audit that the school committee has asked, and you charged me at the last meeting to create a task force to look at the proposals. I'm going to need a little bit more time to get that done. As it turns out, there were a lot more people expressing interest in having the audit than there were people who wanted to participate in evaluating the proposals. So everybody who sent us messages saying we need an equity audit, we've got to have it. I contacted all of those people and asked them to participate. And so our task force is a little lean right now. So I'm going to a level 2 to recruit more members. And so we're going to evaluate the proposals right after the February break, and we'll have recommendations to the committee in March. And lastly, I want to recognize Ms. Meyer and Eric Lonergan, our communications guy, and Kristen Gleason, our enrollment clerk, for the excellent job they did on Monday night with putting on our kindergarten kickoff. We had the class of 2037 here on Monday night here at the high school. We had well over 65 parents with their 4-year-olds here to meet the principals and get the information on how to enroll in kindergarten for next year. They did a great job organizing it, and I will tell you, it was a really exciting night to have the high school library filled with 4-year-olds. You could see the promise for the class of 37. And that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent's report?
I'll make a motion to accept the superintendent's report.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. We can move on to school committee business now. The first item under school committee business is personnel job performance. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. Our next item on the agenda is the Rhode Island School Recycling Program. And I believe we have some people who want to do a, we have some people that are going to do a presentation for us.
Thank you.
Good evening and happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I first want to thank Brad Shear, Melissa Boyd, and Paula Whitford for inviting us here today to speak with the committee. So, my name is Charlene Trainum, and I work for the Boys and Girls Club. And I've been given the opportunity through the SNAP program, which is a supplemental nutrition assistance program, to be able to join the Rhode Island Food Policy Council. And with that, I was able to get a course at URI, a 6-week course. And in that course, we were charged to have to do a project. And we have to do 40 hours for volunteer. And a lady, Gail Messner, who could not be here today, she also is doing this with me. So what we would like to do is we'd like to start a pilot program doing the recycling program at PCL Elementary School. And we'd like to try to pilot that in September or in the fall. And then what we'd like to do is, after we do that pilot, actually offer it to the district so everybody can be involved. So this is my son, Lamont Trainum. He goes to Peacedale Elementary School, and he has something that he would like to say. So Lamont, why do you think we should start the Rhode Island Recycling Program at Peacedale Elementary School?
For the environment? For the environment and to change the bags of garbage each day. Like there's normally 3 garbages in each lunch, and there's 7 grades, and 7 times 3 is 21 bags a day. So we're trying to change that to 1 bag or 2 per day.
So what is your favorite part of the recycling program?
To be a ranger.
And why is being a ranger important?
Responsibility, leader, skills, teacher peer peer connection.
Okay, so when we do the presentation, you'll be able to see what the ranges are and the roles that they play. But it's very important, and I think it's going to be a lot of good momentum from SK. We need some real positive things to happen to our schools. Matunic as well. We don't want them to be sad about being a 4-star. There'll be a 5-star in recycling. So now I'd like to introduce So right now I'd like to introduce Warren. Warren is the Rhode Island food recovery guru. He started this in Providence, and I mean, he's really doing a great job. He has Providence, North Providence. I'll let him brag about himself, but he's retired and he's doing more work now than when he was not retired. So I'm gonna turn this over to Warren. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a little PowerPoint. I left also a brochure on each of your things. So my name is Warren Heyman. I'm the organizing director for the Rhode Island School Recycling Project. We're a 501c3, was started about 3 or 4 years ago. Next slide, please. So we have a very serious climate problem. I don't need to tell you. It's pretty obvious to anybody who's paying any attention at all. Next slide, please. Oh, so the problems of food waste, 1/3. So we waste too much food. 1/3 of the food that's grown on the farms goes from the farms to be processed to the supermarket, to our homes, or the schools or the restaurants, and into the trash. without being consumed. That's bad for the environment. When we send food to the landfill and it decomposes, after it's buried, it decomposes, it produces methane. Methane is 80 times worse than carbon dioxide. And in addition to that, 1/3 of the families in our community are food insecure. So on one hand, we're throwing food in the trash, and on the other hand, we have students and their families that are not getting enough food. Next slide, please. So we did an audit. We got a grant from the Attorney General's office and we did an audit. So the schools in Rhode Island produce 2,500 tons of waste each year. And of that, 388 tons is perfectly good food. Unopened milks, oranges, bananas, fruit, cheese sticks. If you spend any time in a public school cafeteria, you'll watch, they load all the food up on the trays. The kids pick at it. They think they're there to socialize. We think they're there to eat. And then when they're done socializing, then they just take their tray and they throw everything into the big gray bin, which is including 388 tons of perfectly good food, which then is taken up to the landfill. Next slide, please. So the legislature passed a law a number of years ago, which went into effect a year ago, January, that requires every school in Rhode Island to do two things, which is compost the food waste, so divert it from the landfill. The landfill will be full by 2043. So the food waste should be composted instead of sent there. And then secondly, to divert the good, healthy, edible food from the landfill and to get that to children who are food insecure. The problem with the law is that it's an unfunded mandate. So unfortunately, and as I just listened to, there's always budget issues. The legislature passed a great law. They didn't give you the money to do it. And then on top of that, there's nobody to enforce it. So a buddy and I got together and thought, well, let's see if we can be helpful in this process. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, they just passed another law that is going to make styrofoam trays illegal or banned or whatever in all of the schools in the state as of January of next year. To their credit, RIDE has stepped up and they just had a statewide conference call. I hope some people from this town were on it, in which they have $5 million and they're going to match if schools want to buy dishwashing machines and reusable trays. They'll match dollar for dollar up to $75,000 per school. If schools instead want to have compostable trays, they'll match 50 cents to the dollar up to $10,000. So those grants are due in April. If you go onto RIDE's website, if you look up, get the foam out, there'll be links there. If you can't find it, let me know and I can help you direct you to that part of the RIDE website. Next slide, please. So our program works with school districts to address this problem. The first year, we focus on diverting the food to be composted and capturing the good food. We also work with school districts to make sure that their recycling programs are done properly. And then in the second year, we come up with activities to try to reduce the amount of waste to begin with. Next slide, please. We engage everybody in the school, everybody from the custodians to the principals, to the PTOs, to the parents, to the kids. We think that if everybody is involved in it, it will work better. We train students to be monitors, to monitor the sorting stations so they get opportunities to be leaders. We get a contract with, in this part of the state, Black Earth is a company that would pick up the food scraps. The northern part of the state's a company called Bootstrap. And then we work with strategies to reduce the food waste. Next slide, please. So this is our very high-tech sorting station. Starting on the left, you'll see that the most expensive thing that we do is we buy a school. If we have a grant to do it in your school district, we buy a refrigerator, which we put right in the cafeteria, and a big sign in English and Spanish. If you're hungry and you'll eat it, you can take it. And then starting on the left, we have a table with a cooler, and we follow safe food handling processes. So when a kid goes by and behind each one of these stations will be a student ranger. Come on. And so they would say, oh, is that an unopened milk? Is that an unopened orange or banana or cheese stick? I'll take that. And they immediately put it into the cooler. The next is the liquid bucket. So just like at home, they pour off the liquids instead of throwing the liquids into the trash can to be taken out to the landfill. There's a colander on that so that if there's some liquids or some foods, we separate the food from the liquid. The next is a recycle bin. So the milk cartons, the juice cartons, the water bottles, if your mother or father sends you in with a sandwich and aluminum foil, we'll capture that. So that goes in that. Then the next one is the landfill. So what's left is really very light plastic stuff. So that goes into the landfill. And then the next one over is the compost bin. That's a compostable liner there. So we take all food scraps. If you'll eat it, the earth will eat it. So we do take meats, poultry, fish, as well as fruits and vegetables and grains. And then we have the students stack their trays on a table, because if you stack 150 trays, it takes up about this much space. If you throw 150 trays into trash cans, you're going to use a lot more of the liners. So that's the sorting station that we set up. As you can see, it's very low tech. Next slide, please. So this is an example. On the right-hand side are the student rangers, and on the left-hand side are the students that are in the process of sorting their food waste. Next slide, please. Another example of the students explaining to their fellow students about how to properly sort their waste, recycling, et cetera. That's my colleague, Jim. This is, we also get, if there's a PTO or PTA involved, or parents who are interested, or you or I students are interested, we will get them, and you can see this, the trays stacked up. The students who are back to the wall, those are the student rangers. This is an elementary school, and the other kids are sorting their trash. Next slide, please. We even get the assistant principal. This is at MLK, and that's the assistant principal, and those are her rangers, and she's getting her rangers set for the next meal period. Next slide, please. So the compost companies that we work with, so we address any rodent and smell problems that you may have, because we take all the liquids out and those get poured off in the cafeteria, in the kitchen. And then the food waste is wrapped in a compostable bag and then is put in a specific tote like this. And then we have a strap that goes across, and we work with the haulers to make sure that it gets picked up, before it starts to smell. And we've had zero, we're in 12 schools now. We have grant money to get into another 12 or 15 schools. We have zero problems with rodents and smell. Next slide, please. This is an example. When we first start the program, we capture a lot of good edible food. This is it just shows you, those are the milks, the juices, the bananas. So we capture all that, and then working with the leadership of the school, we figure out how do we get that food into the stomachs of students who are hungry. Next slide, please. We also work with making sure that they understand what they're allowed to do in terms of eating in the classrooms or not eating in the classrooms. Next slide, please. So, and then at the end of the first year, we do an award ceremony. So all the students who are rangers get certificates. That's the STEM teacher. That's a middle school, Nathan Bishop Middle School. The woman in the middle is the STEM teacher. Her classes ran the sorting stations as part of their class. And that's Terry Gray, who's the executive director of DEM. And he was there to hand out the certificates. Next slide, please. So this is also a Nathan Bishop. So we get everybody involved. You can see the students, the custodians, the food service workers, the principals, parents are in the picture. So we try to make it a school project. Next slide, please. We also, as part of our program, take everybody to the landfill so that the students can see where every single piece of trash that is generated anywhere in the state ends up. And they go all the way to the top, and then they come all the way to the bottom, and then they spend 45 minutes with a resource recovery educator on how to properly recycle. Next slide, please. We also retrain the custodians and the teachers to make sure that what they're doing in the classroom is appropriate in terms of the waste that's generated there. Next slide, please. And then we weigh everything. So this is a STEM teacher at the middle school in North Providence, Katie Powers, and you can't really see it, but they're in the process of weighing a liquid bucket there, but we weigh the liquids, the food, the compost, we weigh everything. And then all that data we give to the teachers so that they can use that as part of the either teaching math or teaching science or teaching social studies. So The United Nations and the EPA wants us to reduce our food waste across the country by 50% by 2030. So we're setting that as a goal as well in all the schools that we currently are in. Next slide, please. We do other activities like zero waste days where we challenge everybody in a school on a particular day to have no waste in the cafeteria. We don't count apple cores and banana peels. That is okay. Next slide, please. This just gives you an example. This is LaPerche Elementary School in Smithfield. It was one of the first schools we started. So the average elementary school student in Rhode Island produces 47 pounds of food waste a year. That school is currently at 23.83 pounds per student. 50% of the 47 is 23 and a half. So they're very close to actually getting halfway there. That principal is very, her name is Julie Dorsey, and she's very focused on this program. Next slide, please. This just gives you some of the metrics of our program. Through last year, we've diverted 56.7 tons of food waste. That is the same as 22 metric tons of CO2 that was not produced and put into the environment. We've prevented 17 tons from food waste from being created. And then we've recovered 6.9 tons of edible healthy food, which translates into about 11,000 meals. Next slide, please. This is some of the stuff we do. This is a MLK in terms of what the impact of what they have done in that school. So we show them that they've reduced by 70 metric tons carbon. It's the same as taking 15.6 cars off the road, or the amount of carbon that's sequestered by 83.5 acres of forest. Next slide, please. So this is our goal and objectives. We're trying to get to as many schools as possible. We want to reduce the amount of food waste by 50% by 2030. And we're committed to doing all of the heavy lifting. When we get into a school, the principals are overwhelmed, the teachers are overwhelmed, everybody's overwhelmed, which we get. But if they put us in charge, then we can set the program up. And after, a relatively short period of time, it's up and running, and it runs fairly well on its own. Next slide, please. I think that, yeah. So these are some of the rangers from Nathan Bishop Middle School with their certificates, hopefully our future scientists. So we always say, don't mourn, organize, and compost. So let me turn it back to Charlene.
They are both from the Food Corp in Providence, and they are here to support us in our endeavors. Any questions for anybody, please feel free to ask, okay? So the next person up is Jonah. Jonah is one of our locals. He was in the Boy Scouts. He is a URI student. He's the vice president of the student body, and he's a member of the Student Action for Sustainability. He's also here to talk to you in support of the program.
We have a pretty active student body now, and our faculty and staff is really energetic about it. And it's this general sense that now is the time to take responsibility for sustainability efforts in our local communities. And I keep hearing from our faculty and staff at school, like, why didn't we get involved with this sooner? And I keep telling them that one of the main things is that until now, we didn't really have a student body that was really knowledgeable about sustainability in general and their own personal responsibility with that. And what I would look towards is really our education growing up. And I think this is a really wonderful opportunity for us to really take that charge and really look at how do we educate our students from a young age to really snowball that effort into really creating them into people that are really sustainably focused and conscientious in the future. And so I really advocate for you guys to support this program. And this small investment and energy will really snowball and compound into greater benefits in the future. And I think you guys got my full support for this. So thanks so much. It's been a privilege and an honor. And that's my spiel.
So with that being said, I just want to encourage the district to please apply for that Ride Get the Foam program grant. We did get the approval and the okay from the assistant principal, Amy Hubertus, and also John Rapport, the principal. So we got the stamp of approval from them. So now we're working to talk to PTO. We'll end up talking to staff and students as well as teachers will be our next steps. But yeah, any questions for us?
Does anybody have any questions?
And it could be any,
Mr. Scheer?
Isaiah, Jonah, or Kate.
I guess I guess I'm loud. I don't, it's more for our administration. Have we applied for this, or are we looking at those grants? I know our trays are not styrofoam, but they're not reusable, but they're not compostable. We're in some sort of.
I do know that Mr. Kilpatrick has been in discussions with our food service provider, and I'm not sure if we have if we've applied for the grant yet.
On that note, I know, and I'm drawing a blank on off the top of my head, but there's someone who has been in touch with me and as my former role of the wellness subcommittee leader, specifically with the Get the Foam Out program. And I know that I've sent that along, and Ms. Meyer and Mr. Kilpatrick have looked at that as well. So this is not new for us, but it is great to have an organization or a group of people to help kind of make sure it doesn't fall, right? Because like to your point, there's so many things that you're trying to get done, and we want to make sure that if we partner with a group of people who can help, we might be able to see that come to fruition. So thank you.
I mean, I could add, we're writing grants all the time. So far, all the school districts that we've worked with, we wrote the grants and we cover all the upfront costs. So, but we don't currently have grants now to cover South Kingston. We're trying to write, grants all the time, 11th Hour Racing, Rhode Island Foundation, et cetera. So, on a worst case scenario, because I know you're talking about budget. So our program costs about $8,000 a year. With the foam grant, that would come down to $4,000 a year because they'll cover 50% of the amount or something like that. So we do think that, and we just got a grant from the USDA to do all of North Providence because we divert about 80% from the dumpsters. And so since you pay tipping fees and you pay by both the size of the dumpster and the frequency of the pickup, and the single largest source of trash in a school is the cafeteria. So if you're diverting 80% from the dumpsters, you should be able to get benefits by a reduced tipping fee and also by downsizing the dumpsters because you don't necessarily need a 10-yard dumpster if suddenly you have the trash. The only stuff that's going in there is plastic wrap. So we're very sensitive to that. We understand you may or may not have the money to do it. We point out that it's the law, but we understand also that it's unenforceable. They're not enforcing it. It's unfunded, which is unfortunate. So, but it's actually not very much money. We do think the benefits, as Jonah talked about, in terms of student leadership and the student roles and their understanding. I mean, we're focusing primarily on elementary schools because first off, those students fight to be the Rangers. They get badges. They get to eat first. They get to tell the other students what to do. But then the hope is that two hopes. When they go home, they say to their parents, "How come we're not composting here? And what's going on with the recycling at home?" Which I have kids, I know what that's about. And then also as they become middle school students and high school students, it's a lot easier to expand the program upward. So thank you very much. We appreciate. And if there's any information you need about the program, we can come back. We can meet with your wellness committee. We've presented in many wellness committees and in a number of towns. So we're happy to meet and provide you whatever it is you need to figure it out. Great. Thank you.
Ms. Boyd?
Wanted to clarify the budget pieces. So thank you. That was going to be my question as well. And perhaps if the grant application goes forward, we would have clearer answers on the budget side. But I also want to talk about the benefits. And you mentioned the leadership development piece. For those at the table know that this is my passion and what I do at URI. I recognize some of the faces out there. But I also want to say that I think about this town and community benefit of the additional resources for folks who are food insecure. It is a real issue for college students at URI as well, and certainly in our community for children. But I also think an additional benefit is the reality of our students learning about STEM issues and sustainability and leadership with a future perhaps scientist in the room with young Mr. Trainum and others who might be able to take on that leadership role would be exciting in our schools, I think. So thank you for bringing us this information.
Sure. I can, so in the back of the pamphlet is my phone number and email address. So feel free to reach me. And if you want, I can email you a 4-page Excel spreadsheet that shows you all of the expenses that are involved in on our side so that you have all that information. So actually I can leave one with the interim superintendent and then I can also email it to you.
It's,
Mr. Shear?
yeah, first I'd be remiss if I didn't mention what a great job Lamont did. Good job, Lamont. And thank you for coming out. And I just want to clarify that you're suggesting this for starting probably the next school year. And that was discussed with the building administrators already, and they're interested in it. It seems like the cost is potentially negligible to zero, and it just seems like it fits with an ethic of both our town and our student body. Are very focused. There is a team already who presented to us earlier in the year from sort of a green team at Peacedale already, who are obvious Ranger candidates, I think. So thank you for coming.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Personally, I've read about I like the capture the unopened food and I'm not gonna eat it, so let somebody else eat it. I read that in one of my education magazines from somewhere else in the country. That kind of caught my eye. Move forward to our next item, which is the Broad Rock Middle School band trip to Agawam, Massachusetts. Do I have a motion to approve this band trip?
I'll make a motion to approve the field trip for BRMS band to Agawam, Mass.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions?
The only, I see Mr. Drew here, so I don't know if, do we want him to come up and speak? Not to put you on the spot if you don't want to speak to it, but I didn't know if you wanted to, since you took the time to come, if you wanted to speak to.
I couldn't see him.
And I just, before I even start, let me thank you for the opportunity to work with the great students that we have in our district. It's been really a pleasure. I started out teaching high school in Massachusetts, a brief stint with an assistantship while I did my master's degree. And then I taught high school again in Massachusetts before coming to South Kingstown. And I can just say that the learning that I have had in the last 8 years teaching middle school band in this district has been robust and life-changing for me. And I can only hope that my students could say the same. And with that in mind, I can tell you just a factoid. I'm not sure he likes that I throw this fact around, but Mr. Muir and I were in high school band together at Cranston West. And one of the things he and I remembered most are a couple of really big and exciting trips that our band took during that time. Those were moments that we take with us, and those memories and the bonds that we formed, you know, in performing together with our peers and colleagues, but also just the down moments where you make those connections, and those are the things you bring with you, and really tie you to your hometown for life. And so this trip is just an opportunity for us to have some of those moments with our middle school students this year. As you can see in the documents that are there, the plan is we would leave early in the morning, drive up to a high school or college in the vicinity of Six Flags in Agawam. We'd perform, we get some feedback from judges. So it does have a musical component, and then we'd spend sort of the mid to late day celebrating. And then there is an awards ceremony at the park before we head home. And so the itinerary itself is fairly simple. Logistics don't always turn out to be that simple, as you probably know, but that's the basic plan. And we would appreciate the opportunity if you all see fit to grant it.
Any other questions, Ms. Mazzaniti?
So is this new for the middle school? I know that in past years, my daughter participated with in particular, the music in the park. But I believe it was a high school. Is this new for the middle school?
If you'll forgive a little bit of a roundabout answer, I hesitate to say that very much is new. This would be the first time in about 20 years that the middle school would have done it. So it's certainly in this district, this would be my first time taking a trip like this. I've done large trips with high school groups before in prior roles, but there's an extent to which, yes, it's a first, but also not quite.
For us. I just have to say that I chaperoned when I had a high schooler, and it was absolutely one of the most incredible days, and not just because we went on roller coasters, but the actual performances that you got to witness from the other schools, and then you get to witness your own students like step it up. And it was incredible experience, and the award ceremony in and of itself, the camaraderie, even with the competitiveness, but they're cheering for each other. So it's an awesome experience. So I'm psyched that you guys are doing this with middle schoolers.
Ms. Boyd?
Thank you for giving us the insight to the group tonight. And I also want to highlight for those who didn't have the opportunity to know that I got to witness the performance of our middle school musicians last week and their other music educators, and am floored. And maybe you don't know that this would be the same group of students who come to school with Mr. Drew every 3 days a week at 7 a.m. They come early to practice this performance. So I know that that means they would be working really hard to be ready for this trip. And personally, having a child who's part of this, as well as being a former band geek and married to one myself, I would say that they're very excited for this opportunity to showcase their hard work. So thank you for bringing this to them as an opportunity.
Ms. Vetter?
Thank you. It is wonderful to provide our students with these extra opportunities for experience and growth. So thank you so much. And just out of pure curiosity, is this like a jury competition at all?
So this particular festival that we'd be attending has a festival aspect, and in sort of fine arts terms, when we say festival, what we usually mean is there is a complement of judges. This festival usually provides 2 judges, and while the band is performing, they'll have little tape recorders, or I mean digital recorders. They're not tapes anymore, but I go that far back. So they'll be at the back of the auditorium sort of giving us play-by-play comments and feedback about how we're doing. And then at the end, they do fill out score sheets. So we will receive a rating, and there is, to Ms. Massananti's point, there is a bit of a competitive aspect. The only thing I always caution anybody who's discussing these events is this is not like the Rhode Island state festivals where we know sort of who's coming, and we know in advance who the judges are going to be, and we know the quality and how all that's going to work. We know we'll have quality judges. Almost always we have a quality space to perform. The only thing we don't know is who else is going to show up. It could be, the best middle school band or high school band in, New England. It could be other groups who are at a high level just like us. It could be sort of anybody from the school next door. So, the competitive aspect is not our focus. We're going to go and play the best that we can possibly play, and we're going to target it as pretty much any other performance. And then the feedback is always handy. And it's good to be able to play those recordings for the students and say, okay, so here are the things that we talked about that we knew we were working on. And the judges thought we did these things really well. The judges thought these are some other things that we can continue to work on. And the judges are usually very high quality. So that kind of feedback is good. But at the end of the day, there is a large piece of plastic that gets handed out. And whether we get the large piece of plastic is not the point. I mean, it's always nice, and we have great programs. So chances are we're gonna, do really well in comparison to other groups. But that's, for me, it's about these students and their goals and less about the comparison. And I know that's not really the question you asked, but I think that's the best way I can sum up the purpose of the trip, is that it's about building us up and bringing others with us and building everyone together.
So to that end, do they get the opportunity to listen to the other school bands that are there and see like how others perform and what others are doing out there?
Yes, the simple answer is yes. There will be oftentimes, the bands will perform at a different venue than the choruses or the jazz bands. So we will have the opportunity to listen to other concert bands. We're planning on taking the group, we're going to combine the 7th and 8th grade bands for a one-time large ensemble performance. We'll have about 80 students performing that day, which will be great. And so they'll hear a couple other, probably middle school, maybe a high school band or 2 as well, before we head over to do lunch and celebration at the park. Pleasure.
Any other questions? Okay, so band geek, 3 children, band geeks. My son was on that trip with South Kingstown Junior High School 20 years ago.
There you go.
So I would like vote now, there's a motion on the table to approve this trip. And so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that vote passes 6-0. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Drew.
The band director was at South Kingstown Junior High School. I didn't mention that I was also part of the Wakefield Civic Band. We have another field trip on the agenda here, a field trip for the South Kingstown High School senior class trip to also to Agawam, Massachusetts. So do I have a motion on the table? Do I have a motion to approve this field trip?
Madam Chair, in case we have questions, we've got representatives from the senior class who are here tonight who are,
Oh, well, will our seniors please come forward?
I would love it if they would.
Oh,
Do we want to do the motion?
so we have our,
Yeah,
yes. So we have our advisors.
Michelle,
I got called a student last week. Gray hair and all. So
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the field trip for I didn't put my glasses on, for this South Kingstown High School senior class trip to Agawam, Mass.
do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
do you have any?
So the senior class had a few options, they wanted to go, our class officers came up with some ideas. We put it out to the senior class, they took a vote, and Six Flags was the winning vote. We've calculated the numbers, and we're gonna be taking the trip during the exam, period. It's seniors will have exams, and then that will also allow for chaperones to be free so that we don't have to have self-coverage for those positions. And students are excited. Other questions? I know it was very brief.
Want to have any questions? It's better.
I think my son might have gone to Six for his senior trip. So fabulous. They all love it. And thank you for working with our seniors and providing all these opportunities. So thanks.
And you
I say,
actually
yeah.
do look like.
Thank you for the
seniors.
courage that you're showing in doing this.
Agreed, but and you actually do look, to us older folk, you look like seniors. I that wasn't a joke, like I was like, oh, they really are here. And then now yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Do I have a vote to approve the motion on the floor, which is to approve this field trip?
Aye.
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 That motion passes 6-0. The next item on our agenda is the Charahoe School District requesting use of Wakefield Elementary as swing space. So I will turn this over to Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to bring this to your attention because I was contacted by the Charahoe School Department. They are putting together an application for elementary school construction. And as part of their application, they need to address the issue of what will we do with our children while our schools are being demolished and rebuilt. And so they called me to ask if we had empty school buildings that they might use. And I mentioned Wakefield School and I mentioned Curtis Corner Middle School. They came, the problem with Curtis Corner is that they are looking for swing space to be used between June of 2025 and June of 2027. They figure that they will need 2 school years of using swing space in order to get their project done. our building project would call for construction of when it passes, it will call for construction of our athletic complex on the site of Curtis Corner Middle School, which would seem to rule that possibility out. That leaves Wakefield School. And Mr. Mahoney and I gave the Charahoe School Department a complete tour of Wakefield School that has been left dormant since the last day of school this past June. So a few things have and the superintendent asked me if we could continue discussion and could they include us as a possibility in their application to RIDE to show that they are addressing swing space. So we're not making any kind of a commitment other than to say for me to continue the discussion so that they can include that in their application. The other issue, however, is does the school, and I'm going to pose the question to Attorney Hennius, does our school department have the authority to rent out a school space that we have already left dormant, or does that choice remain now with the town?
Based on my understanding of the situation, the school department did return that building to the town, so therefore that would be within the town's purview. But I'd be happy to double check the paperwork and documentation, talk to the solicitor to confirm that.
I know that there's lots of discussion on the town side about the property at Wakefield School, both the building and the property. And there is we have not yet formally handed the keys over to the town for Wakefield School, but the question remains, once we leave a school vacant, does that mean that it automatically reverts back to property to be managed by the town? So I promised the Charahoe school committee and administration that I would bring this up, but I'm not sure that we're ready to entertain a motion to charge me to go forward with these discussions based on my discussions with the town manager's office.
Can we, I don't know that we need to make a motion or you would just do this, but can the discussion continue with you and Town Manager Manny with the Charahoe School Department? Just because it would seem, regardless of who holds the keys, Town Hall or SKSD, it seems like it would be beneficial to both parties to utilize this building rather than leaving it empty, and or I'm assuming it would be a lease situation. So it could be some sort of revenue, be it to the school department, be it to the town. We are the same. I know people don't like to believe we are, but we're one municipality. And, you know, it could also be funds that maybe paid the town, but went towards, it's a school building, so maybe goes to school building to offset costs. So just, again, could it be something that the conversation does continue, whether or not Charahoe uses it in their proposal or not? That I suppose would be a conversation for the three of you.
So when I placed this item on the agenda, I was initially going to be asking for a resolution from the school committee to move forward so that there was some kind of formal action that they could use in their application. But I think probably what's best is that I continue the conversation and I include the town manager's office in the conversation and perhaps get all three entities together so that we can talk about what our possibilities are.
Any other questions, Mr. Estivo?
Yeah, I think that's really the open question is who's responsible for that property? Because if you turn it over to the town, they can do whatever they want with it at that point. They can choose to lease it for a school, like they did with South Road for a number of years. They could choose to do something else with it. But if it continues to be our property, I guess we would be able to choose what we want to do with it. And so I guess that's the underlying question is like, who owns that property at this point?
So my understanding from Brian Mahoney, when he was here, is that we were still the owners because we were paying for snow removal and pest control. And I asked a lot of questions, like I thought we turned it over. And he said, no, it's still ours. We are caretakers of it. So in my opinion, if we're footing the bill, it's ours. Say
You
it.
talk to the solicitor and see exactly what the status is. Yep.
Questions?
I'll just point out that I don't remember how many meetings ago, at a recent meeting, we suggested to the chief of police to remove the school zone signs from in front of that property and might want to, I doubt the state is rushing to take those signs down, but we might want to delay.
So, Madam Chair, I don't think action of the committee is necessary right now, but I just wanted to be upfront with the committee and for anyone else who's tuning in, that these discussions are taking place.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for the superintendent? So I can't give you dates, but when South Road School was vacated, it was left in our care for years and years and years. Was it, I thought it was longer. It was, okay, at
It was
least
at least 5 years. It
at
was on
least
our roll.
5 years, and then we were advised that we had to turn it over to the town, in which time they started renting it, but we'll go down that road, but yeah, I think everybody here is in agreement to keep talking and looping the town manager. Mr. Hennius is gonna look into the legal aspects of it.
For at least a portion of those years, Skip was in South Road, so we were actually using it for an educational purpose. So it was appropriately under our control.
Yeah,
for
I-
at least part of that.
I'm aware of that, and there was another preschool in there also.
Right, I thought they were both leasing it to some extent from the town. I thought the town owned the building, but
We're talking before your time.
well.
Skip was there and then Quest Montessori leased it from us. And
Different preschool
And then it
Village
was
Village Cooperative.
before Quest Montessori.
Village Cooperative Nursery Schools there, and I know, because my wife was treasurer, that we were paying the town for that property.
correct. It was, I want to say in 2017 is when is when the keys were handed back over to the town. And then that's when, yeah,
Wasn't Skip was still there at that point, right? So I'm confused, was ours or theirs?
utilizing the building at that time. But then at one point, it was after 2017, before 2020. At some point, it was handed back over to the town and that. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Okay, so no action necessary on item E with regard to the Charahoe School District. The next item on our agenda is the NESDEC timeline and invitation for the superintendent search. Mr. Littlefield?
So Ms. Vetter and I have been meeting with representatives from New England School Development Council. We have a couple of tasks, immediate tasks. One is to provide them with an invitation letter. And that's a letter that would, that would go out to all the media that they described in their presentation, inviting folks to apply for the position of superintendent of schools. And so I've provided with you a draft that I put together that introduces our community and frankly makes it like a pretty inviting job. And I can speak quite personally to that. This is a pretty good job, and there's a great community, and you're great people to work with. And so why wouldn't you want to apply to be the superintendent of schools? One of the things that we need action on is to get that letter of introduction approved, and you're certainly free to make suggestions for edits. And if you do, then the motion would be to accept the letter with the edits that I would get sent back to NESDEC before this week is out, so that they can get the word out. The other task that we need, and Ms. Vetter can speak to this, is that we need to assemble a screening team that will be reviewing applications. And NESDEC has suggested that we have somewhere between 10 and 15 folks on our screening team. And Ms. Vetter and I met and put together not a list of people, but a list of potential positions. And I'll turn things over to her so that she can describe our list.
Ms. Vetter?
Thank you so much, Mr. Littlefield. So I had a few other things I think we need to approve, the two things that Mr. Littlefield said, but we also have a proposed timeline. I don't know if did we get that out to everybody, the timeline?
Is that not in your packet? Okay.
Can we get copies of it to people?
Sure.
Or I just don't want to just delay because
We don't want to delay, right?
we need to decide on how many focus groups we want. Between 4 and 6 is the number in the contract. We need the timeline approved with edits if there's any. We need the letter approved with edits if there are any, and then we need to pin down the positions we want on a selection committee. So we can tackle all the other ones and then circle back to the timeline. Right.
And while we're waiting, the highlights of the timeline are and they've identified the school committee meeting on May 7. That date may ring familiar with some of the folks here. May 7 is their goal to have a candidate ready for you to appoint to begin work on July 1. They are proposing that they will come back. Well, they've promised to come here for our next meeting to talk in greater detail about the process. But they have asked us to begin to put together a screening team. So we'd like to propose that. We have set. They have recommended a date of March 25. That's the date on which we will begin to look at applications. So in essence, that's the application deadline. So we want to get the letter of invitation out as soon as possible, and we will tell potential applicants that we'll begin to review on March 25. They hope to have.
On your third page of the draft letter, where it says date, the recommendation is March 25th.
These one at a time. I would look for a motion to approve the invitation letter as presented by the superintendent.
I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent search invitation letter.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion or questions?
Do we need to amend that to say March 25th as a replacement for the date placeholder?
No.
Because it's not really a substantial edit, it's just putting a date in there.
As long as the school committee approves the timeline that's proposed, then that date would just naturally go into the letter.
Understood.
Are there any other questions or comments? So all those in favor of the approving the letter as of invitation to apply for the position of superintendent of schools. So we need to take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. So the next thing, we will take a moment to look at the timeline and impose upon you to read that list again.
Yes, so one person from central admin, one principal, one teacher, one support staff person, one school committee member, one elementary parent, one middle school parent, one high school parent, one community member, and one student.
And is this group just reviewing paper applications, deciding whether to pass them on to some sort of in-person process?
Yeah, so there is an initial training that is going to be 2 to 3 hours for the committee as a whole. So it is a time commitment. One of the reasons I think we don't want to go too broad is because everybody has to commit to being at every meeting. But a lot of the work is done at home. Reading through the applications is done at home. And then kind of like an online process where you kind of select or vote or rank people. I haven't seen it yet. We'll get that at the training, but then they have a person that tabulates all of that. So then we get feedback that says, you know, you 10 people, this is how your candidates rate. Then we talk about, okay, how many do we want to have initial interviews with? 7, 8, you know, and then dwindling it down to the top 3 that will actually come here. And when you can look at the timeline, the process is to bring them in and, you know, they can go to a meeting with teachers. They can go to student council meeting and it's more like a, not just meeting, but to meet and interact, and so that these groups can get a feel of the candidate. So it's an involved process. So, but that's part of when you get down to the bottom part of the timeline, when you say you announce the finalists and then you bring back like those 3 for the finalist interviews. Now, the one thing that I did want to have a conversation of, and Bob alluded to it, is our announcement is supposed to be on this timeline, May 7th. Well, that's an important day for a different reason. So I'm thinking we might not really want to do that on May 7th. So, I mean, that could be a day in May to be determined. Yeah. Like, how did you put it, Bob? Were either going to be like really high or really low that day?
You could do May 6th and then May 7th, it's like, what you gonna get? That was a joke. Didn't mean it. Jokes. No,
do
but I
want-
agree. It'd be tricky to have both things firing off on May 7th. Yeah.
Well, because yes, we would have our final candidate here, and then we would be checking vote tabulations at the same time. So, no,
Yeah.
I think it's probably best that we make an adjustment in the schedule of the May date.
Yeah, I had a comment about for a different reason on that. I did notice in the timeline, you mentioned visit to finalist districts the week of May 6th. I don't know if we get to all finalist districts in one day, and then we're selecting the superintendent the very next day. So it just seemed a little bit of a conflict there to get out and visit the districts and then make that selection all in 2 days.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I thought so too. It's like, you know, once we hear back from all 3 finalists, there is a time period there. And that's why I was thinking maybe a week later to make that final announcement to give us more time for deliberation or, you know, whatever we need to do. Absolutely. So again, I think May 7th is definitely a wrong date. I don't know if we want to say May 13th or if we just want to leave it a little open-ended. It's whatever you guys think.
Seventeenth, it's a Friday, just because I suspect we'll have a school committee meeting on the 14th of May. That might be an opportunity to do that and give that week that you mentioned, Carol, but still have that sort of in accordance with our normal timeline.
The bond vote, and then we can have our superintendent at the next announcement at the next meeting. There could be some really great things happening.
Do we want to make those edits to this timeline now and make sure we vote on it now so that we're not delaying anything?
Exactly. So if we want to say to accept the draft timeline with the edit of not the May 7th for the announcement, but May 14th, then we can vote on the timeline as corrected or, yeah.
Well, the 2 May 6th activities need to change too. So you're moving everything back a week. May 6th are you moving May 6th to May 13th?
So
Or week of May
it's
6th?
the week of May 6th. So, I mean, I think the language is vague enough so that it can be encompassing a week around
Okay.
May sixth. But it would give us that extra week because the announcement's not to the 14th.
And I just want to make sure that this February 27th meeting, is that the committee that we're forming? Who is that meeting at the top? What is that?
The February 28th date.
27th. It says the first
Oh, the first.
first thing on the list.
Okay, they're gonna be coming in to do a presentation on that. So that date is really not part of the timeline. It's just kind of like, we're gonna talk about these things on February 27th. Some of them you've already done. You've established a liaison. You did that last meeting. So some of these, we've already approved the timeline, but this is just their general kind of list of, we're going to talk about these things and when they come and do their orientation. This is orientation meeting with us.
Actually, looks like we're cramming a lot of that in tonight, which is fine. Approving the timelines, maybe not establishing the salary range, but assessing the letters, determining the composition of the screening committee. So I think we're going to be we're covering a lot of that tonight.
That's why it's really not kind of part of the timeline, just like the July 1st isn't, because we really start February 13th, which is what we're doing right now with the introduction letter. And with that letter, when he says add online ad, that's pushing that letter out and starting to advertise the letter. So, yes. And
That some of the issues that'll be addressed that night is about our focus groups and how you want the NESDEC to engage with the community to set up they will run 6 focus groups for us. They recommend somewhere between 4 and 6. Do you want them to be in person or do you want them to be virtual? So they'll put those questions to you on February 27, and then they'll get right to work working with me to help set up the logistics of the focus groups.
Ms. Massanutti.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the timeline task for selecting the superintendent with the edit of the select superintendent date of May 14th.
Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
I
Aye, that passes 6-0. And the last thing
Yes.
associated with
The-
item F is the screening,
the positions on the
the
screening.
positions
yeah.
on the screening committee.
And
So I need a motion.
can I just add one thing?
Please,
Because it'll
please.
matter to your motion, I think. We would like these, unless you guys feel like you want to add something, but we would like these 10 positions. And because it's a tight timeline, we would like you to allow or direct Bob and myself to fill the position. Which we won't just fill. It's like we would go to a PTO and ask for, a representative for this committee. It's just imperative that we were given letters to send to prospective people and things. But they have to know the level of commitment when they sign up for this. So we need to make sure we talk to people and explain it very carefully and thoroughly. And so by letting us do that process, it's going to, it's the most efficient given our tight timeline.
So I would ask for a motion to approve the screening team positions and to ask Superintendent Littlefield and Ms. Vetter to proceed with getting that team filled. Mr. Shear?
Just had a question first, if the makeup of the committee is this typical for NISD? I feel like we have 5 schools and 1 teacher on the committee. Seems like an imbalance. I mean, I want to have community representation and parent representation, but I feel like we don't have a lot of teacher representation.
And we could do that. Besides a teacher, maybe we add a union representative. I mean, this is good feedback. That wasn't on their list. I thought about the same thing. Maybe we need union leadership. So also, I'm not asking for final approval for Bob and I to do this. We would put together a slate and bring back to this body for approval. We're not gonna do it, not, we're just gonna do the legwork, find people that can make that huge time commitment and bring it back for everybody to approve. But yes, I guess we could do the motion and then add positions.
Ms. Boyd?
I was going to echo the same thing, so that's fine if it's in discussion. I would potentially like to see that union representative or another teacher representative, because I think there's different needs or concerns at the different levels in our district. And I know the last time we had that representation and from this panel that I think there were 3 or 4 members on the selection. I'm fine, Carol, with you representing us, but I would like perhaps that there is a different, an additional school committee member as well.
And school committee member Vetter move forward with putting that committee together.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Wait, we want to talk.
Sorry, okay, discussion.
But because I would love to see, I would love to see a representative from the fine arts. I don't want to just say music because our whole arts program. And I would love to see our athletic director be part of it as well.
So are you talking a fine arts teacher or a fine arts parent?
A representative from the district, either teacher department.
Because what I'm thinking is we want to expand the teachers. Maybe that's a great area to pull a high school teacher. And then if we would, maybe a different level teacher and maybe a union rep or something like that would have to fill that you're thinking.
Yeah, but I would like to make sure it's typically someone from that department, because this community is so arts focused. And same with sports. They're 2 of our heavy hitters, obviously, our educational programs, but they're covered with all the rest of our district personnel, really. So I'd love to see those 2 groups also part of it.
As I do concur with everything, I just also caution not to get too many people, because if we take a union representative, a fine arts representative, another school committee member, and an athletic, we're up to 14. And that's fine. It's just that trying to get 14 people to all agree on a schedule of when to meet gets a little complicated.
That's one of the things that was emphasized to us, is that we get the commitment from everybody on the screening team. We're upfront with them about what the commitment is going to entail, and that everybody can make it. And the more people you have, then the greater the likelihood for conflicts, like scheduling conflicts. Yeah.
I just want to ask, what's the what was the thought behind having 1 teacher from each grade level on the committee? Was that suggested by NESDAQ?
No, they really just had one teacher, but in my mind,
Teacher, I meant parent.
I'm thinking though that we could be very strategic and union rep might be from the middle school, a regular teacher might be from the elementary school. Fine arts rep could be from the high school. They would cover different content area, but they would also be from each level. So I think we can work that out. And I have absolutely no problem with another school committee member because I was talking to NESDEC and they suggested one, but I was like, I think we might want to. You know, and in athletics, I don't know. I'm just worried about it getting too big. That's my only concern. Not that, I mean, I love athletics. My kids were all student athletes, but I'm cautious of the size.
It's also important to note that all of these people will be invited to participate in our focus groups. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for voice.
Any other questions or comments?
Kate, would you be satisfied if we could find somebody that might be doing both athletics and art?
Sure.
I'm sure.
I just want to
they
make sure those groups are represented and they get, and I'm glad actually that Mr. Littlefield brought up the focus groups because you kind of get lost in the topic at hand and forget about the others. So no, I'm happy with that. And I trust you two to come forward and bring to get, forward a group of people that we will be fine with, I'm sure.
Okay, so I would like to read the corrected list. A central admin person, principal, a teacher, a support staff person, 2 school committee members, an elementary parent, a middle school parent, a high school parent, a community member, a student, fine arts and athletic representative, and a union representative, with an emphasis on getting teachers from different grade levels.
Miss, to approve this revised list?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised list of members.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Would you like to withdraw your original?
I'll
motion?
withdraw my original motion.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion, questions, comments, complaints? Mr. Steve,
It just popped in my mind. What's the criteria for the community member on the committee, or has that been determined?
So Mr. Littlefield and I thought that we could reach out to the Chamber of Commerce, trying to find somebody, maybe a business person that is familiar with the school district, trying to go that route.
I'm curious on that one. So many of our teachers, administrators, folks are community members. I'm just curious, I would have like a community member category where probably 80% of the folks who would be appointed are community members.
Yeah, I mean, we're all, yeah, right, many, and actually the more community members, I mean, we're educating our community kids, right? So, but we want a broad, we want to have the most far-ranging, experiential, people that bring different skill sets to the table kind of thing. So having somebody that is, there's a uniqueness to being out in the community, running a business and interacting with the community on a daily basis. That is unique that a teacher's not going to have. So I think that I think it's important just because they're going to bring different viewpoints.
I understand that, but at the same time, a teacher is a member of our community and interacts in the community pretty regularly. So I guess I'm a little confused only because I'm not sure. And I know, Mr. Littlefield, you interact with community members regularly, but because you live here. Most superintendents, they're not, I mean, yes, they will, if they're doing their job right, they will go out into our community and they will visit our local establishments and make themselves known where they are. But again, that one is a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. I think to your point, it's gonna be we're gonna be hard pressed to find a community member who has an interest in participating in this, who doesn't already have one of those other labels attached to them. As far as being a teacher or already involved in the school system in some way.
And it's very true that we may get a parent who's a business owner. So, I mean, I'm okay with withdrawing somebody too. I mean, that's, if everybody says, we don't need a specific business person, we can look to make sure a parent might have that same broad, interaction with the community at large. That's fine.
Ms. Boyd?
Thank you for considering our thoughts, and I'm fine with you working forward a slate and bringing it towards us as you try and tackle all these bases. One other piece that I just asked you to consider in this vote is reflecting back to our item D, the equity audit, and how we might have individuals who represent our diverse community across the board in terms of their demographics, their experience in South Kingstown, where they live. All of those factors as well, I think, are vitally important so that we truly represent our full district.
Any other comments or questions?
I just want to say I totally concur with Melissa, and that's one thing that we will be looking to do. When I say we want different experiences, and it's also, people have different viewpoints. That's definitely what we're trying to capture here, is to be as inclusive and far-reaching in the people that we can bring together for this.
Any other comments? Mr. Estivo?
Had one more question popped in my head about what happens if we can't fulfill all these positions? Like, what are we going to? I assume we're going to be okay with that if we don't find an elementary parent who's willing to participate, for instance.
At that point, we would bring back the slate as we can fill, with the reason, here's the slate, and we weren't able to fill this position, and then you would approve that slate.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I think we're ready to take a vote. So there is a motion on the table to approve the amended list of positions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that passes 6-0.
I just would like to have a final comment that in 2 weeks, when the representative for NESDEC are here, we will have to decide on how many focus groups and if they're virtual or in person. So I just want everybody to kind of think about that in the next 2 weeks so that we're ready to talk about that. So thanks.
Next on our agenda are the budget amendments for the 23-24. Yeah, the budget amendments for the 23-24 budget. So I need a motion to approve the budget amendments presented.
I'll make a motion to accept the budget amendments as presented.
Do I have thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Welcome, Mr. Kilpatrick.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
I think you're muted.
Okay, let's see. Looks like I'm unmuted here. Can you hear me now?
Technical difficulties, Ryan.
Oh, no. Okay. Let's- How about now? Can you hear me now? I'll just keep talking until I pop through. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not there. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. All right, we're almost there. I'll just keep talking. Can you hear me now? All right, how about now? Can you hear me now? Oh, okay, maybe just volume.
Do we need input from Ryan to approve these amendments?
The amendments have been presented to subcommittee,
Yep. And so we're
And-
just,
so you can approve, you don't necessarily, unless you have
someone
questions.
has questions. Yep. Okay.
Does anyone have any questions on the budget amendments? Mr. Estivo?
Just, on the line item for capital equipment to capital other services. I know that's for the OPM for left field. I know we approved a larger amount, so I'm assuming we're going to be getting more of these budget amendments as we go through the project.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes, you will. This is last year's budget. Yes.
This is last year's budget, but going forward, we'll get more as we travel through.
So these amendments are last year's budget.
Right.
For
And-
FY
Well,
24.
this is 2024.
This
Right.
is-
This is 2024. And so, yes, we will be making school building project related budget amendments as we go along this spring.
Right, it has to come out of this year's budget because that's. for
Yes.
this year.
That's coming out of our
Right.
2024 budget. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
So are there any other questions
Can't
or
hear me.
comments? No, can't.
about
There's
now?
the motion and there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so the budget amendments pass 6-0. And we can move on to the next item. Sorry, I was having a dream there that it was the last item. The proposed budget.
Hey there, Bob.
Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try you speaking up through the phone. So you can turn your mic off and we'll try that, okay? No, no.
Now you're muted.
No,
Ryan.
no, that's not the problem. Oh, I can hear you perfectly, yes, but they can't. Hold on. Hey there, Bob. Go ahead, try it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Someone's speaker needs to get turned off over there.
I'm getting some feedback, but I think that's it. Do you like me to just come on site? It's a good point this.
Try talking now, Ryan.
Okay, can you hear me now?
One more time.
Check. Can you hear me now?
That's a pretty serious feedback.
Check. Oh, no.
Maybe, but I don't know why it's not through here.
Did I turn
I,
this?
I would do whatever I possibly could. I apologize, but
How's that? Is that better?
That was a better talk.
Is that better? Can you hear
Okay,
me?
Oh, no.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Hear me?
so,
Can you hear me?
yes,
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. All right.
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. We can.
All right. So I'm assuming someone's going to drive through my slideshow for me.
Sophie,
Yeah.
Okay,
Sophie, you do this end. And then
so while she pulls up the slideshow,
I'll pull it up.
do
in one
you
second.
wanna do
Sorry about this.
we,
No, you're all good.
so I need a
You're all
motion
okay,
to
sorry.
approve the proposed budget.
Motion to approve the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Vetter. And now we're going to see Mr. Kilpatrick's slideshow.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Okay. So I apologize for not being on site. As Mr. Littlefield said, my wife and I welcomed our fourth child on Monday, a little baby girl. So we'll do the best we can here. Appreciate your patience. All right, and I can't see you all that well, so if you have a question, just wave at me. All right, so we'll just go right to our agenda here for our fiscal 2025 budget. And essentially, here's where we're going this evening. So we're going to look at an overview of our funds. We'll have a discussion about enrollment and then staffing. And then we'll talk about revenue and expenditures across our various funds. I have one slide about fund balance and some outstanding contingencies, and then we'll wrap it up with a nice summary of our total proposed budget. And before we move on, I just want to say at the outset that this budget is different from what was presented at the budget subcommittee on February 6th, 2024, last Tuesday. That's based on some feedback that I received at that meeting. And so I attempted to incorporate the suggestions and recommendations that I got there at that meeting. And that's why we're showing a bottom line increase of 1.3% in the general fund budget. So I just wanted to address that. And also at the time, I did not have the capital fund budget completed. But this presentation does incorporate that fund. Next slide, please. All right, so here's our overview of our funds, the district's total financial portfolio, so to speak. And these are the various types of funds we manage to support South Kingstown's public education program. So starting at the top there, we have our general fund, which is also known as our operating budget. Typically, when people speak about the district's budget, they mean the general fund. This is the one that's funded by the town tax appropriation, our unrestricted state aid and other local sources such as tuitions and donations and things of that nature. We also manage some restricted funds or special revenue funds. These are primarily federal and state grants. So those are your various titles, your IDEA, which is your Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds, your Perkins categorical, which is for PTE programs, and then other federal funds such as ESSER and things of that nature. And then we have our enterprise fund. We have one enterprise fund, which is our National School Lunch Program. And that is funded by federal and state reimbursements and meal sales. And then lastly, we have our capital fund, which is where we pay for our improvement program. And there's a variety of funding sources, and primarily it's been fund balance and what are called E-rate reimbursements. Those are federal reimbursements, which I'll discuss a little more in detail later on in the presentation. And just as a matter of note here, this presentation will focus primarily on the general fund and the capital funds, but you will see a summary across all funds on the last slide. The majority of the discussion will be those two funds. So we'll proceed now. The next slide. So we'll start our discussion of enrollment, and we're going to start broad and general, and we'll get more specific to South Kingstown. Essentially looking at some national and regional trends here. We got some data from NASDAQ back in early January. And essentially they're looking at what the U.S. Department of Education enrollment expectations are for the next decade or so. And you'll notice that the Northeast there is looking at about a 6% enrollment decline across that period. And then if you look at my table on the right there, you'll notice Rhode Island amongst the other New England states, and then compared to the nation at large, essentially. So Rhode Island's trend is essentially tracking with the Northeast trends, expected percentage change of 6%. Decrease in enrollment across the range there, 2020 to 2030. Okay, we'll move on, and we'll get a little more specific here. We'll go statewide. So this slide puts South Kingstown's enrollment declines in context. There's been a lot of discussion about the district's enrollment declines long-term here, and just wanted to, at the request of the committee, put this in context so we could see how South Kingstown compared to the rest of the state. So you'll notice here, districts are experiencing declines all across the state. Very few districts are seeing increases. So I selected these comparators here based on last year's budget presentations. So I'm not necessarily trying to cherry pick data, just trying to be consistent with the districts we've compared ourselves to over the past couple of years. And this just gives us a broad perspective of the geographical trends statewide. And the sad news here is that you'll notice South Kingstown is the leader among this grouping here. And the key takeaway is basically that South Kingstown is still financially responsible for students who reside in the district, but choose to be educated elsewhere. It's a key point that we want to drive home here. And you'll notice my sourcing at the bottom there, right from the ERI website, the Rhode Island Department of Education. Any questions or comments so far? To go? Okay. We will move on to the next slide. Continuing our discussion of enrollment now, looking specifically at South Kingstown. So this slide just shows South Kingstown's long-term enrollment trend since 2017, 2018. And total enrollment is down roughly 23% over that span. And we expect that to continue for the next fiscal year. And the projections that you'll see here are based on NASDAQ's data provided on January 9th of this year. On the left is the table by grade and by year, and on the right is the chart showing the trends by the grade groupings. And you'll just notice that trend is continuing to decline long term. Any questions on this slide? Okay, very good. All right, we'll move to the next slide. Now we're going to look specifically at our out-of-district enrollment. And I realize that this slide is a little busy. My table expanded from the one I presented at the budget subcommittee last week, so I'll ask you to bear with me. So essentially what you're looking at is our out-of-district enrollment data by school type, meaning our career and technical education programs, the state schools, our charter schools, and then our special education special education outplaced, and then also our homeschool students. This was at this came up during the budget subcommittee last week, so I wanted to expand this view a little bit further. We could see really where kids are going when they choose to be educated elsewhere, when they leave South Kingstown. And the chart on the right shows that inverse relationship between in-district and out-of-district enrollment, and that is just continuing apace. And is everything okay? Am I going too fast? Okay, good. Sorry.
Thank you, Ryan. We're fine.
All right, very good. So our 2024 to 2025 projections are based on current short-term trends, essentially. So our certain CTE choices appear to be leveling off, at least in the short term here. And we confirmed an additional 8 students at North Kingstown next year. So that one, those 20 students for fiscal 24-25 so far are confirmed. The others are, like I said, projections based on short-term trends, trying to see where kids are migrating. You'll notice the charter schools continuing their growth with SK student and Bill, so I try accurately represent that trend. And then you'll notice on the bottom right there, the projected cost chart. Based on the current year's local share rates is just for a cost per pupil. And it's guaranteed that these will change for fiscal year 2025. My guess that they increase, but what you're seeing here is simply a projected cost based on the number of out-of-district enrollment in the current share rate. So that's about 6.2 million, roughly. Pretty significant portion of it. Any questions? Happy to pause for it.
Ryan, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm curious, the homeschool numbers, how are those being calculated? Because I know in that they're not easy to track, especially once the child is out. And then if sometimes the child goes out and then they come back. And I'm just curious, that number seems quite high. But it may be accurate. So I'm just curious as to how we track those.
Yeah, great question. So I received all of this data, or downloaded all this data rather, from the eRide portal. So these are all the enrollment reports that you can generate from Ride's website directly. So essentially, if I remember correctly, I pulled the October 1st enrollment report by category. I'll go back to 2018. So you'll notice there, I think it's like 2018 through 2019 or 2017 through 2019. I have the zero values in there, homeschool, from what I could gather, what tracked at least in depth in those. So you won't see the stats show up until 2020. And then you're correct, that trend is pretty steep. It's pretty significant. So
Thank you.
does that answer your question, Kate?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Good question. All right. We'll go ahead and move. Looking at slide 8, now we'll start our description of staffing. So this table is going to show you our long-term staff trend by position type. And essentially, if you look at budget from last year, or I'm sorry, the current year, 2024 to the next year, 24-25, notice a potential, a proposed, a tentative reduction of 16.9 full-time equivalent. And you'll notice the primary potential decrease in the instructional staff. And essentially, I had just have the one note there, the long-term downward trend that directly to our reduced enrollment, just a contraction of number of students, number of programs we offer, just natural contracts our instructional staff. I want to be very careful with it, but just trying to show you the long, essentially no decisions have been made, just trying to give you a rough visual for. Any questions on?
Is that
Very
right?
good. Alrighty, our second staffing here. So this slide again was our long-term trend and staffing since 2017, 2018. I have the various groupings there, and you'll notice our instruction roughly 18% since peak 2019, and our total staff at 17%. That deep is accounted for with instructional staff. And you'll notice in the chart on the right, that red line just showed that trend line in our staff going back to 2018. Questions or comments there?
We're all set.
Okay, very good. All right, moving on, slide 10 now, into our revenue, and we'll start with the general fund, little time. So here's our proposed revenue by source, fiscal year 2025. And essentially, I'll just kind of work through each one. So our assumption is for level funding again from the town, which is a strategic move. We discussed this pretty extensively at the meeting, myself, Mr. Littlefield, Meyer, and to recognize unique times that we're in, really asking the town to approve $150 million bond for the new high school, and also asking for a budget increase. We thought potentially would be just a tough act, all circumstances. And then I'll talk about fund balance, but essentially, if you tuition, expecting tuition to come slightly based on previous year trend. Our Medicaid reimbursement proposing to be slightly higher next year. We're getting our feet under us with our Medicaid claim coordinator provider, so we're just trying to project that positively. Our state aid, so I want to make sure I explain clearly. So for budget purposes, we're going to increase for formula. And this is most likely because final acted aid for last year were higher than we budgeted for this year. I'm sorry, for the year. So for these, the next slide we'll go into more detail, but essentially our formula about 94,000. Our high cost special education increasing by $106,000, and our total, however, our across all categories, the multilingual education offset is 74,000. Next slide. And our high cost special aid, that aid increased to 24, which all right. Now we're looking at our appropriated fund balance. So that $978,000, $777,000, a transfer out essentially for capital improvement program. And that was to cover all of our technological requirements and only really the top three from our building maintenance. And another $201,000 is for the general fund capital, consider pay as you go. And you look at the bottom line number, about 53.4 million, which is an increase of about 1.3% over current fiscal year for our general fund. So I said a lot there. For a second, any question?
Yeah, hi, it's Kate. I just wanted to just clarify a little, because you did break up a little bit. So with the reappropriated fund balance being so high, do you mind clarifying on that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So our proposed program is about let me go. Right. Is about $808,000. So the only way for us to fund the program required appropriate some fund. So I hope things 707 from the fund balance. The other 30 in revenue will come disbursements. So that's for the capital. And the other 200 for the gym is going to cover a project, primarily back some of our buildings $60,000. And then also a new maintenance fee at about 55. So the
Sorry,
difference there.
Ryan, you
Yeah.
started breaking up. It's really just, I don't have any idea what you just said when you were explaining that.
It's getting worse.
We can absorb throughout. So hopefully that was clear. I need to clarify anything.
Can you, sorry, your sound is breaking up now, Ryan. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I believe if I can jump in, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the piece that you're just trying to explain can actually be found on 14 and page 14 and 15. If I'm not mistaken, what he's trying to explain is the capital fund expenses make up the chunk of that. If I
I'm
heard
sorry.
you, if I
Fascinating.
piecemealed you
Yeah.
together properly.
Right, I think he's trying to.
I apologize. Would you mind repeating your question? It's coming through a little fuzzy.
So we weren't able to make out what you were saying fully when you were explaining the reappropriated fund balance, but I think what my understanding is that you were explaining that the chunk of that came from the capital fund expenditures. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, absolutely. So of the $978,000 in reappropriated fund balance, $777,348 is for our capital improvement program. So for next year, I'm proposing, essentially, you'll see it on the expenditure slide, a transfer out from the fund balance of $777,000 for CIP specifically. And the remainder of the CIP budget will be funded through some reimbursements we get for technological buys. And then the other $201,000 of that reappropriated fund balance that you see there of the 978 is for what we call pay-as-you-go capital projects. And essentially what I budgeted for was about $160,000 for HVAC repairs and maintenance for our buildings, and then also to purchase a new vehicle for our maintenance department. So that's where that would go.
Got it.
So primarily one-time expenses being covered from the fund balance.
That was that was our discussion, if I may, that to take the money from the fund balance and direct it toward one-time expenditures rather than have it fund positions that are going to reoccur next year.
This component is super important, and I actually am sad that Mr. Beasley was not here for it because it explained why our budget was, even though our appropriation from the town is level funded, it explains nicely why our overall operational fund number is a little bit higher. And I think what's important to note about that is we don't, for our capital improvement projects, we don't get extra money from the town. It comes, we need it from our fund balance. So it's an appropriate thing to do when we're trying to continue to maintain our district.
Ms. Boyd.
Wanted to ask a question and have Ryan, if he's able to respond to, let me know if I'm understanding correctly. Absolutely supporting this concept of fund balance and one-time expenses. I'm wondering if, for example, as we go through this budget process, my experience is that these things change as we keep talking. But at this point, approving it, I'm wondering if you might see that we would tap into this fund balance less potentially if we were able to have some savings in other places that might come up between now and the end of the budget cycle.
That's a great question. I would say absolutely. If we did not have to utilize this amount of fund balance, I prefer to use it from other resources. So absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's a difficult thing for folks to understand as well, that when we have to make these commitments tonight, we are still in a budgeting process with your guidance and the administration's guidance. And as we talk to the town council that these numbers will potentially shift a little bit, and this is our best estimate for managing the programs and resources and the capital projects that we need at the moment. So thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, no problem. That was a great question.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Ryan, we seem to be all set right now.
Okay, very good. Great discussion. I appreciate all that. So we will move to the next slide and we'll talk specifically about our state aid. So this is the governor's recommended state aid released on January 18th, and it is absolutely subject to change, most likely will change. I don't believe it'll be a material amount, to be honest, but I do expect it to change. However, this is our best estimate this early in the process for what we'll expect to receive from the state in fiscal year 2025. So you'll notice first and foremost, our formula aid is down about $166,000 from fiscal year 2024. Our high cost special education is up about almost $45,000 fiscal year 24. And the net total decrease of $74,000 is across all categories. So the decrease is about $122,000 between formula aid and high cost special education alone. But if you include the non-public transportation offset and multilingual learner categorical aid, our total state aid is down about $74,000 from fiscal year 2024. And I just want to make one note that the governor's office did release the calculation reconciliation. And if you look at the details from there, you would have seen that our state aid decrease would have been about $465,000 without the state's hold harmless offset, which for this year, they increased our aid by about $298,000. And unfortunately, we do expect the full force of our enrollment decline in fiscal year 2026. So that hold harmless provision is being faded out, and we expect to realize that next year. Any questions on this slide?
There don't seem to be any questions here.
Very good. All right, now we will transition into our discussion of expenditures. So before we go into the details, I just wanted to give you basically an overview of the assumptions that went into these expenditures for our budget next year. So we'll start with the top one there, essentially our salaries. So all of our collective bargaining agreements that we have currently ratified include a 2.25% increase for fiscal year 2024. And so to be realistic, I use this as well for our NEA, our teachers union, for their salary increases. And the only way to absorb this increase across all of our PBAs is to reduce FTE. That's like I have noted there, potential decrease in FTEs, but the sad reality is we're just in a very tight budget season, and the only way to offset this increase would be to decrease our number of FTE. Moving to benefits, specifically health insurance, I propose an 8% increase and a 2% increase for dental. The projection based on very rough numbers provided by the trust. Typically, they provide their revised premium increases in early spring, but we don't have those yet. So I had to go with these projections. Looking at ERSRI and our MERS employees, our contribution have decreased. So that was a very minor cost. And then we'll look at transportation. So consider general education. We have a 4% contractual increase. And then I'm also including medical education, transportation, about 3%. And essentially, if you look at before we budgeted our special education line, and we want to make sure that for next year. Looking at tuition, I included an increase in tuitions. That includes general special education. And these are unavoidable costs. I say unavoidable loosely. These students and their parents that are educated elsewhere, they'll reside in district or possible for them. They're unavoidable. Mr. Littlefield and obviously the school committee figure out how to win these. So we don't want to just own it that increases at the same time. That's our current bid, and I have to make sure we budget for it. And so just in summary, all of the cost categories offer about 85% of budget. A material cost saving of these categories. So essentially, this is where I leverage most of the effort to try to say, everything else really is for us. These are the assumptions that are to our here. Any questions on this?
Yeah, just a clarification about the increased out-of-district tuition. Is that 8.8% a rate increase, or is that a projected actual increase? Does that also include a projection that we're going to increase the number of tuitions we're paying for?
So that increase is basically a dollar for dollar the total increase in the total dollars we expend in that category. So off the top of my head, it's roughly 6 million this year. I'm increasing that by 8.8%.
And that, so, but there's potentially the rate is increasing as well as the number of students going down.
Correct.
It's a combination of those two factors. We tried to project out how many students we would have and also an increase in the rate that we would be paying per student.
Correct. And I'll just say at this early in the process, it's really difficult to calculate that proposed share rate.
And I'm assuming you went conservative.
Oh, absolutely.
Ryan, this is Melissa Boyd as well. As I'm looking at this, I think it's one of the areas that the community asks a lot of questions about as well. And we often say there's contractual obligations. These are often things outside of the control of this committee that, our employees deserve appropriate health and dental and benefits. Transportation costs are significant in our district, as well as the tuition. The only other piece on here, your assumption, as Ms. Mancinati mentioned, is a conservative estimate of salary. But just to be clear, and I'm stating this more for the community, if you can help me clarify that, we haven't yet committed to these numbers. You're just trying to help us have a very clear and rational assumption of how to frame our budget at this moment. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate you bringing that up. I should have mentioned that at the outset. Essentially, we have not negotiated with the NEA at this point. These are all projections. I don't want to commit to anything, don't want to commit the committee to anything. Just trying to basically run the number and figure out what we could absorb. But yes, everything is preliminary, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Okay, I think we're good.
Good to go? Okay. Great questions. I appreciate it. Okay, move to our general fund expenditures. So you'll notice our top line proposed significant decrease in both salaries and which would be proposed and FTEs. And that's about $1.6 million and from the year 2024, which is pretty significant. As I mentioned on the previous month, really the only 4 or 5 categories look at for cost savings are salary, transportation, but yeah, they're our largest line item. That's pretty significant there. Significant increase, about 12%, 55,000 other purchase service, where you'll find in our out of district to it. So actually, if we get those two numbers, it's only 200,000 or which is just very to realize savings year-over-year significant cost. All the other essentially are within our ranges, nothing too significant. And then the last line are transfer out. It mentioned our fund balance to this IP fund to fund those capital projects. And again, we have a total budget, the bottom line, about 1.3% over fiscal year 4. And I'll just make a note that if we had excluded that transfer out to the capital fund, we'd be looking at a decrease, but we wouldn't be doing capital project, which I don't think we want to. I think we want to make sure we're investing technology in our facility so that we're not in a situation to budget.
I agree, Ryan, on that. I do have an ask for when we go to, when we have further discussions, in the town hall about this with the other purchase services. I know you just were explaining what that is made up of. Is there a way there can be, you know, you often have like a little call out at the bottom or something that actually has documented what makes up the chunk of that other purchase services?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We can add whatever detail would be helpful to the discussion for sure.
I only bring that up because because it just says other. That often will get pinpointed and be like, that's a big chunk of other. And even though you're verbally explaining it, people like the visual. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that's great feedback. Duly noted.
Any other questions? All right, Ryan, we seem to be all set.
Okay, awesome. All right. Now we will move into our discussion of our capital fund expenditures. So as I mentioned before, you know, given our current environment, we simply do available funds for our capital program. And those are our E-rate reimbursement, which are federal reimbursement for technology capital. Our technology manager is managing that program, and we expect to receive about $31,000 in reimbursements next year. And then the other revenue sources are fund balance appropriation from the general funds. And then so we just have our two primary categories of projects, our building and facilities, and then our capital equipment. Those are technology buys. And we had to just essentially limit the number of projects for fiscal year 2025 based on these constraints. And so essentially the non-technology work, building facilities work, had to prioritize a few fiscal year 2020 projects that we had postponed, primarily the security, the building upgrade. So those projects, the fall off list is complete. So I coordinated with our director, Mr. To try to figure out which project to include next year. This is essentially the high project he provided to me. Lastly, we have there's there for Broad Rock entry. And essentially we'll 100% of technology purchases for the program to support our students. Any questions on?
I just want to say I'm having a really difficult time following along with basically every other syllable is cut out. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I feel I feel bad for viewers at home if they're having the same difficulty. And I'm just having a lot of trouble following along and trying to maintain the thread of what he's talking about here.
Were you saying my audio was cutting in and out? I'm sorry.
So that's correct. Like every other syllable was missing.
Yeah, it almost seems like he's speaking in a voice activated microphone so that the beginnings of words are sometimes being left out.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I apologize. I can run through this slide a little bit slower.
I don't know if that's going to help. Honestly, I mean, I don't know. I just am having a really difficult time here.
Yeah, my apologies.
Maybe I can help with it with specific questions.
Hard to come up with questions when I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, apologies for that, Mr. Restivo. essentially, can you hear me? Am I still going?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially, we just have two revenue sources. We have our E-rate reimbursements from the federal government. We get reimbursed for specific technology that we purchase. And then we have our fund balance appropriation. And essentially, I tried to prioritize some projects for our building and facilities that were postponed for fiscal year 2024. And then I included 100% of the technology capital equipment requests for a total spend of $808,000.
That's good. Good. So, we brought a capital budget to the town, to a combined meeting with the town council. Is this the same thing that we presented then? Has anything changed since then?
That's correct.
Yes.
At least for the capital equipment. So in the building and facilities world, all three of those projects were on the fiscal year 2024 request list that we just moved into fiscal 25.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this?
Good to go.
Ryan, whatever you did in the last, in the last segment for audio, worked very well. So don't move a thing.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to put my phone right up to my mouth here. All righty. Thank you for bearing with me. Again, I apologize. I'm not there. All right. This is just another summary we have of our capital fund expenditures, similar to what you saw before, by series. And you'll notice just the primary spend is going to be in that $57,000. I'm sorry, 57,000 series, our property and CapEx. That's where our technology buys are located. And then we have our professional technical services at 130. And then our purchase property services at about 55,000. So a total bottom line budget of $808,000, which is about 28.9% over fiscal year 2024, financed primarily by a general fund reappropriation. And I'll just say, it's very difficult to figure out how to finance these projects without any additional funds from the town.
Anyone have any questions on this page? We're all set.
Very good, thank you. Okay, moving into our discussion of fund balance. So there's a lot going on here. Try to go slow. So this slide shows the current trend in the district's unassigned fund balance, and this is covering our general funds only. So this is just general funds, what I'm displaying here. You'll notice the trend going back to 2017, 2018. So our total fund balance is down roughly 30.5% since the peak in 2019 and 20. And over the years that I have displayed here, the district has realized 4 deficits. And a deficit is essentially when year-end expenditures have exceeded year-end revenues. So in the past 6 fiscal years, we've had 4 deficits and 2 surpluses. In the chart there, the deficits are represented by the red bars. Surpluses are represented by the green bars. The black dotted line there shows you the trend line in our total unassigned fund balance. And then those little black dots just are the dollar amount associated with the surplus or deficit. And then if you look at that very convoluted table on the right there, that's going to show you our total fund balance as a percent of the current year operating budget. And our district policy states a goal of a minimum of 1 to 2% of the operating budget held in fund balance. And currently our fund balance is at about 4.7% of our total operating budget. And so after the proposed reappropriation fiscal year 2025, that will stand at roughly 3.1%. And just an item of note here is that is independent of what happens in fiscal year 2024. So that does not account for if we finish the year with a surplus or a deficit. So that percentage of the proposed budget for next year could be higher or lower depending on our fiscal year 2024 activity. Any questions on what you see here?
I think we're all set, Ryan.
Very good. All right, we're almost there. So looking at our contingencies. So these are some outstanding items that may materially impact the budget in the near future, but they did not make it into the proposed budget that I'm presenting to you tonight. So I just wanted you to be aware of some things that were out there. So we have the potential lease that Mr. Littlefield mentioned tonight of Wakefield Elementary to Cheraho Elementary Schools. That's certainly a pretty significant contingency. If we're able to execute that lease, that could bring some more revenue to the district or to the town. And we also have our teacher contract negotiations outstanding. So that will have a material impact on the budget. We have our final state aid that will be released probably in the late spring and still has to get kicked around the legislature. So the final numbers there may be materially different from what I presented to you tonight. And then lastly, we have the full bond vote in May. So if that does not happen, we will definitely have to increase our maintenance budget for the high school. And the district will be out roughly $300,000 for our OPM and architect services. If the bond does pass, which we certainly hope, we will be reimbursed that $300,000 and we can hopefully use that for some capital projects. So that's just a quick rundown of some outstanding contingencies that may affect the budget going forward. Any questions?
Hi, Ryan, it's
Better.
Carol. I just wondered, at the budget subcommittee meeting, we had talked about maybe getting a dollar amount for the increased maintenance at the high school. Have you ever did you have a chance to look into that?
I'll be honest, Ms. Vetter, I did not, so I apologize. I did write that down and I never got to it, so I do owe you that.
I think that we thought it might just be kind of a shocker, like, wow, it's going to take a lot to get that building to where it should be.
I had the same exact thought, because while it seems, it's an innocuous bullet point, right? So it's sitting here and it's like, if there's a no-go vote in May, we'll need to work on the high school. But we're talking millions of dollars of work will need to go into the high school. And so to be able to put a dollar next to that will be super important, on top of the fact that we will also, be out that 300,000 that we fronted going into it. So I think kind of highlighting that, again, most important for when we are in our joint meetings with the town.
If my memory serves, which it might not, the 300,000 that we spent on the OPM services, we can request to be returned from the town, but they're not mandated to reimburse us for those expenses. Is that?
Even if the vote passes, is that what you mean?
That was my understanding,
Yeah.
is we can request that they.
So it's supposed to be, it's reimbursable, but again, to your point, it gets reimbursed to the town.
Right.
And then then we're relying on the town to actually give it back.
Right.
Questions at the moment?
Very
Ryan,
good.
I don't
All
have a
right.
question for you. It's kind of like a, dare I say, fair warning. I don't know if you were here, if you were tuned in when Mr. Beasley spoke at the community comment. Well, our main focus has been to make sure there's a 0% increase from the town to us. the 1.3% overall increase, they often get conflated. So if we can just make sure that when we're talking about it, that and this isn't pointed at you, it's all of us, the 9 of us sitting here. To really make sure that we're fluent in that discussion point where when we're talking about requests from the town, it's the municipal appropriation of 55,994,773. And the other chunk of money, it's already in our fund balance. So for us to be able, we obviously don't want to deplete it, but we use it when we need it for very specific, methodical and well thought out reasons. And so we want to make sure we highlight those, and you've done a great job, in my opinion, in this proposed budget. But I think we need to make sure it's kind of like a little extra emphasis. Because the two often are conflated, and then it turns into, oh, you're still asking for 1.3 when it's like, no, we're not, right? It's money we already have that we're spending.
So the headline needs to be, a school department asks for level funding from the town. And not school department budget to increase by 1.3%. By 1.3 million, excuse me.
Yes, great point, everyone, for sure. And in the official budget document that Mr. Littlefield and I prepared, we do have that explicit statement, but I agree it would probably be helpful to have that explicitly stated in the presentation. And again, I'll just state very clearly, the 1.3% proposed increase in our general fund budget is financed 100% by school department resources, primarily using our fund balance. There was another comment that came up earlier about the ESSER funds that I just wanted to address, just to clarify. We are not utilizing ESSER funds to increase positions or to bring on additional staff. There are current staff members funded with those funds, but we are not adding any additional FTEs with those funds. It's this administration's goal to commit the outstanding funds to other projects, not salaries and benefits related. So I just wanted to clarify that. And yeah, I'll just summarize this slide here for us. Looking at our projected revenue and expenditures across our different fund types. So our general fund, as I stated, is about a 1.3% increase. But if you look at the total bottom line, and I should have had a comparison here, but the $67.3 million budget is actually a 1.4% decrease across all funding types from fiscal year 2024. Again, that's a 1.4% decrease of the total district's budget across all of our funding sources.
And we want to put that in there as well.
You're right. Yep. In hindsight, I should have had that in there.
Yes.
To make that clear.
But that's what this meeting is about. So make sure that we have all eyes and ears and input so that we can get it right. So, and I appreciate everything you've put into this, especially in a particular time in your life.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can I follow up on the ESSER funds? So there's about $400,000 left for us to expend next year. We had a list of, I think, 11 or 12 positions that are funded by ESSER. So are those 11 or 12 that we saw positions that can no longer be funded? Or are some of them funded by that 400,000? Where?
So basically, what you saw in that budget document was my estimate of the amount of funds we'll be able to expend through June 30 of this year. And I basically just was not sure if we could commit all of those funds through June 30. So there will be some carry forward if we're unable to do that. If we are able to commit those funds prior to June 30, then there will be $0 budgeted from ESSER in fiscal year 2025.
The short answer is that ESSER funds will not be available to fund those positions that have been funded with ESSER all along. And so some of those positions will be built into our regular budget and funded with our operating fund. And some sadly will be reduced.
So what I'm getting at is in the proposed budget for next year, it says there's $410,000 from ESSER three. So where is that? Where does that go?
That'll be money that we will have that we predict that we will have on hand that will have to be committed by September.
Okay.
So it does not make it does not make fiscal sense for us to put that money toward salaries when the money is going to go away and we'll be unable to spend it beyond September.
So Ryan, I pulled up page 34 of your long proposal to us. And I think this might be a very good visual to add, not necessarily in all the detail, but in just in total of all the revenue funds. Because to your point, our current budget is 68,339,402. Our proposed budget for next year, 67,395,143. Take away, it's $1 million less. So I think that's what our big thing is. Yes, level funding. We're taking money from fund balance, so the general fund does go up, but overall, it's $1 million less. So I think that really needs to be really pushed, and I think to end on that note might be a really good, takeaway at the end.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Thank you.
One other tiny detail. Yeah. On page 36 of that longer version. I'm not even sure what they are. The summer pay grants line. It says there were 100,000 this year, 0 next year, but it says it's a reduction of $319,000 in the change. So something. It's
I'm sorry.
it's budget line 41338. So there's just a math issue, I think.
Yeah, I actually noticed a couple of those. It might just have to do with the system.
Yeah.
That they're pulling from. I remember we had this problem last year with the budgets. Sometimes the numbers didn't quite add up. So it's just something to be aware of. But I did notice there were, in addition to the one that Mr. Shear pointed out for 51338, there were a few others where just the dollar change didn't match up with the the actual change that I'm seeing on the sheet. There's a few of those actually a similar section in that same section. But I'm guessing that's just a programmatic thing. I don't think it's impacting our numbers on the bottom line.
I'll be honest, I had a hard time following. I'm sorry.
I'm also having a hard time following. So I'm looking at, so we have 51338 summer pay and then summer pay grants. Those are the two lines you guys are referring to?
I was looking at summer pay grants. This year is 100,000. Next year budgeted for 0.
Yep.
And the difference is 319,000. So
I
you can't
see.
go from 100 to 0.
I see 100,000.
Oh. I have it says 319.
Are you looking at,
Sorry. Oh,
there's a revised,
oh,
yeah.
all right. I will look it out. 513.
You get a chance to pour through this one the way we did the
If
other
I
one.
may just
so.
offer one point that might help. So trying to budget for the federal and state grants for next year, this early in the process is very difficult. So I essentially had to use the current year allocations from those programs as the baseline. So it's possible that some of those more specific line items could change based on some of the aid that we're expecting to receive.
I
That's just
appreciate
a
that.
general comment.
Yep, appreciate that clarification. The snag we were faced with though is there's some folks were looking at one draft and then a revised was given out, so. But we've clarified that up.
Are there any other questions?
I need to be able to look at the revised budget because I didn't get a chance to do that. As I highlighted a couple other things that I wanted to look at, but I didn't have a chance to see if it's the same in the revised. I mean, it's such a minor thing. I just was curious, you know, for years we've been funding 5,3,4,1,1 physicians, 5,3,4,1,12 dentists at the same rates for several years, then all of a sudden it's zero. Just kind of curious, what's the change there? Or is it just something we're funding that we didn't need to, and now we're fixing it?
Unfortunately, I don't have the answer for you. I'll have to get back to you. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
That should be there. That should. That 8,000 should be there because we should have a physician who's on retainer with us to provide us with advice when it's needed. And I'm not sure why it's not included there.
Yeah. Is that the same for the dentist line too? I know we're only talking about $10,000, but is it the same for the dentist line as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Mr. Estivo?
I apologize because I do have to find the corresponding line item on the revised budget. So give me a moment here, if you will.
While he's doing that, can I ask a procedural question? So this needs to be handed over to the town like by midnight tonight, correct?
That's what I was hoping. Yes.
So once we sort out the rest of the questions, so basically just procedurally, we're gonna need a motion to approve this budget. That's right, we have a motion to discuss, yep, and then so we'll in theory, we'll vote and pass this, and then you will send it off to the town manager.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll
Okay.
do that tonight.
All right, just making sure.
Right, and then any of these little adjustments can be made after that. Yeah, no, which is fine. I know that. I understand. So I did have one other question on the, well, I guess it's a grant, right? The 54601 is 3917. You know, we didn't have it, then all of a sudden we do. Just that's a grant. I guess that's a grant from somewhere for rental. 54601 rental of land buildings grant.
The grants, yeah, that's a good question. I have to look at the specifics there. The grants are tough this early in the year, but I could get back to you for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Are we all set, Mr. Estivo?
So ends my forensic analysis of the budget.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any forensic analysis of the budget? Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve this budget. I'd like. I was just waiting to see if we had more questions. Okay, so I'm gonna do a roll call. Mr. Shear,
Aye.
Mr. Estivo,
Aye.
Ms. Vedder,
Aye.
Ms. Boyd,
Aye.
Ms. Massananti.
Aye.
And I'm voting aye, so that one passes 6-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Kilpatrick,
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your patience.
and congratulations.
Get some sleep. You're gonna need it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
whenever that child sleeps, you sleep. I know. Okay, we have one more thing on our agenda for tonight, and that is a school building committee update. Ms. Massananti, you have the floor.
This one, we can keep relatively, I can keep it nice and quick. We are right now, we're in the process of the design team selection team is reviewing our all of the proposals by the architect and design teams that have been submitted. And if I'm not mistaken, tonight is the deadline as to when each of the members of that team needed to get their scores to Leffield. And I believe it's tomorrow. They will put together a short list and then they will start to move forward with any sort of interviewing process. I have requested that Leffield, once they trim it down to the finalists, for them to come and present to us, give us a very clear and concise update in general, and then bring the finalists to us. Just a point of, just a note to know what's happening on the town side. At the last town council meeting on Monday, this past Monday, all my days are all mushed together. There was a request by our newly appointed town councilor to have himself and or he didn't really, he wasn't too fussy about it. Someone from the town council to sit on the school building committee. So there was a robust discussion about that at the town council table. They asked for my perspective along with Luke Murray's perspective. We also had Chris Spiegel at the meeting from Leffield. Basically, from our perspective, the town council created the subcommittee. It's we're serving at their pleasure. They can do what they want as far as adding. We are meeting all ride and town charter expectations. There's just no cap to the number of members that can sit on the committee, so they can add more if they so choose. The town council chose not to. It was a 3-2 vote to keep it as is. My understanding is the discussion continues. But as it stands right now, the school building committee is status quo, moving forward. And we'll be getting an official update as this process plays out with our OPM. So all in all, I'm fairly happy with where we're headed. The feedback that I've gotten about the architects who've submitted it are all wonderful. So whoever we end up with will be great. And then it'll be a matter of the vote on May 7th. So.
Thank you, Ms. Massananti. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Massananti?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask at the table here. When do we're going through the selection of the architect, do we know when we expect to see what the design of the new high school is going to look like?
So they will start to, once that team is selected, it will be dependent on who is selected. We obviously have an architect and design team that has already worked with us up to this certain point, and we've seen renditions. That firm put their name in, and they're one of the groups that might get selected. If that group is selected, then it's actually, it's a little quicker moving and it will just build on from there. If a new team comes in, they'll have their own ideas. That said, we've been pretty clear. We've done a lot of work up front as to expectations of design and what we want as far as the landscape, and we want the general look to be. So it will take some time, but we will definitely have some sort of renditions before the vote. That's the kind of the goal, which is why we upfronted the money. So once we make a selection, we're ready to move so that we will have something tangible to put out in front of voters to say, if you vote yes, this is potentially what you will get. And then with more detail too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd be wonderful for the town community to see what it is they're voting on. Like, here's the plan. It's not just some amorphous idea. It's going to be a little more concrete. And I think that'll help people envision what they're actually voting on, what they're putting their money towards.
Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Massanutti? Thank you for that update. And with that said, I will ask for a motion to adjourn at 10:09.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's passes 6-0.